Hi, good morning. Welcome to live stream on Doris Etito TV. Good morning. Welcome back. How are you today? It's another day, a beautiful day. How are you today? I hope you're doing great. Well, today, just like always, we'll be doing a riddle live stream. But trust me, it's gonna be interesting. It's gonna be fun. It's gonna be entertaining. It's gonna be all the good stuff, mind blowing riddles, mind bending riddles. Are you ready? Are you ready to test your brain? Are you ready for the ultimate brain teaser? Okay, in this live stream, I'm going to be dropping the riddle questions on the screen. If you know the answers, do it to comment it in the chat and subscribe to my channel for more. Guess what? I have so much more coming your way, so don't go anywhere. Do wait to like by double tapping on the screen, share it if you can, and subscribe. My name is Doris, your beautiful host. Okay, so I'll be dropping the first question on the screen, and if you know the answer, do it to comment it in the chat. Okay, so I'll drop the first question, and of course, I wish you good luck. Good luck to all of you. So let's drop our first radio question. Okay, thank you. So let's drop our first. Okay, so our first question reads: a man has $20. He buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20. Then he buys it for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profit did he make? A man has $20. He buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20. Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profit did he make? How much profit did he make, right? So if you know the answer, comment it in the chat. Comment your answer in the chat. Comment your answer in the chat. A man has $20. He buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20. He then buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profit did he make? How much profit? Did he make? How much profit did he make? A man has $20. He buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20. Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profit did he make? How much profit did he make?
And of course, good news for Bafana. South Africa reaches FIFA 2026.
How much profit did he make?
For the first time in history.
How much profits did this man make? much profits did he make? A man has $20, buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20. Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profits did he make? How much profits did he make? A man has $20, he buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20. Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profit did he make? Jimmy Young, thanks for joining. You say it sounds like some kind of grifter scheme, buying and selling chickens. For this man, it's a business for him. For him, it's a business, and the sole aim of this business is to make profits. He's simply investing his money to make profits. Simply investing his money to make profits. He has only $20 and he thought to himself, what can I do with this $20? Oh, chicken is selling for $15. Why don't I buy and sell to make money? And then he went ahead to buy this chicken out of his $20. He bought the chicken for $15 and then he sells it for $20. He gains some profit, right? But then again, he buys it back. The chicken that is sold for $20, he buys it back for $25. And then he sells it again for $30. Now, from these two sales, purchase and sales of chicken, 2 times, how much profit did he make? At Ed Cam says $5, that's $5 profit. At MBK says he made $5 profit. Are you sure he made $5 profit? So from the 2 sales of the chicken, he made $5 profit. How much profit did he make? A man has $20. He buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20. Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profits did he make? How much profits did he make? How much profits did he make? How much profit did he make?
Our federal police have been overwhelmed by the security challenges. Nobody can deny that. But this has lasted over 20 years. It didn't start today. So yesterday, the tech Senate made history, by passing that bill. In particular about chapter 6, section 214, and other sections that have to do with the establishment of the Nigerian police force. So we have to think those provisions, to devolve the powers of security to that to the states. And by what we've done, we have established state police, and thereby shifting from unilateral unity system of policing in Nigeria to federal system of policing. Meaning that states now, who wants to establish state police, can go ahead and make a law of the state assembly to establish state police to meet their local security needs. And I believe that this is a nice right, in the administration to solve this problem. And I think
How much profits did he make?
before you take your applause, so we're going, there are some of us who believe that
Hi at Belis Man says $10.
looks like on one hand will grant any state governors
Belis Man,
state police structure
thanks for your comments. You say $10. $10.
tested. There is no national policing structure. Everything is concentrated under the state government. So, how would you react to this? That some of us feel that this current proposal will not achieve its desired result based on the. Well, I don't know whether I have looked at it. Just to amend the constitution to empower the states from the state police. We're also going to come up with an act of national that will spell out the position of primary. Of course, things that have to do with welfare, promotion, also has to come. Not only that happens, that is when you can. However, a journey of 1,000 miles is a step, and there is a way to start the most important thing, what Nigerians are happy about is that the government of the day is taking not only this is a law that should be our watchword now. So let's see how it goes. Make it assured that the law will be the law the people, that nobody, no single individual who can say what am I doing when the power appears to be on one side. So we have to balance it so that we checks and balances. But however, in a situation like this, you can't have two parties in the show. One man must be commander-in-chief of the country. And all of that one man should have to say,
Really? Belis Man. I remind you of a girl you liked. Who is she? Who is the girl? Who is the girl? La 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 la. Who's the girl? What's her name? Hi, Paul. She likes you too. Good for you. Where is she now? Are you two still together? Are you still friends? Are you still friends with her? Paul said $30. A man has $20. He buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20. Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profits did he make?
So we are not saying that the General Assembly or the federal government will have control over the police. No. But we are saying that there must be that federal oversight because this is one country. This is a country headed by the president and commander in chief. And like I said, we can only have one captain in the ship.
Okay. Good morning, Senator Mwebunyi, and let me just start by congratulating you. I think this is a major milestone, and we have to also honor that. So, congratulations on the work of the Senate yesterday. But let's now get into the detail. I've heard you, as you've said, that operationalization and rollout details will be fine-tuned as we're going. But there's one major thing missing that many people have started talking about. It restricts the powers of the governors, and it speaks about how no direction under this section shall require the arrest, detention, investigation, any politicization of the state police in essence, without wasting time reading it word for word. But people are saying that the issue of politicizing of state police usually rests on elections. Why has the Senate decided that there shouldn't be a stipulation that the state police should not be used during presidential and general elections, but that should be the purview of the federal police? Because once you have state police under a governor for a presidential election like we're going to see in 2027, it now looks somehow contrived for a presidential election.
Well, my dear sister, mostly is the interest of all Nigerians, all geared towards, protecting Nigerians, which is the primary assignment of the government of the day, and of course every government that will come. The point you raised, of course, those concerns must come. But like I said earlier, by the time we come up with an act, which will come very soon, we're going to streamline the modus operandi of this police. And going by precedence, when we had a kind of semi-state police in our states, like in when we had a Guago, a court ruled along the line that this outfit shouldn't participate in any election. And it's a standing law. I don't think that the matter has been overturned by a superior court. So in this case, don't be afraid. The act will fine-tune their modus operandi. And one of the issues we are going to add then is that the state police should focus on crime and not political activities. I'll be assured that that will happen.
Now let me come back and let's focus on crime. Sorry, if I may just follow up on that, Yolanda. Sorry, very quickly. That focus on crime, again, looking at this amended bill, says that federal police that includes
A man has $20. He buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20. Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profit did he make? How much profit did he make? How much profit did he make?
Legal offenses created under the laws made by the National Assembly. Then the state police will focus on crimes. So it goes without saying that the one who comes to the election, of course, the federal police should
Hi, Daily Fire Prayers. Daily Fire Prayers, what's up? Thanks for joining. Dadio. Dadio says $10. Dadio, thanks for joining. Thank you for your comments. Dadio. Sounds funny. Daddy-o, daddy-o, daddy, daddy, when you go for journey, mommy's ass. Sit down for mommy's bed, mommy push person push mommy push person push. Smart like mommy for yakata for bed. The man got the carry wako. Do you know that song? Daddy, oh daddy. Okay, is that pounds? Well, you say it made 30 anyways. A man has $20. He buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20. Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profit did he make? 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 That's crazy. Says $10. Crazy says $10. A man has $20. He buys a chicken for $15 and sells it again for $20. Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profit did he make? At Frank Lopez says $15.
Moving over to South African news with the Citizen's
crying for state policies and the major emphasis will be on the institutional and constitutional safeguards to protect the powers of the same state governments that continue to drive to balance the need the needs of state security with the constitutional safeguards. I think that it's an aberration and it's a surreptitious way of still denying tying the legs and the arms of governors from performing. But I have we have a lot of institutional theory and preferences to show that when you give someone an authority and you don't give him the requisite power, statutory power to perform, it ends in ability to fail. And this is what this bill is setting up to do. If it's not correct, because you look at this, even in the most advanced investment unit, the powers of state citizens, things that make it is concentrated on the states and even at the much lower levels like the county and the local structure. The federal government, the national level only concentrate on federal laws and safeguarding national assets and national security, which perceives a threat from an external point of view. So when you look at this, it looks like a rhetorical jabber. It's just designed to pacify some people because of the sensitivity of the nature of what we're discussing. But you look at the situation where the state government will still have to depend on the recommendation of the National Police Council.
Hi, Sam. Good morning to you. Thanks for joining, Sam. Sam's at GOAT Media says start 20, end 30, up 10. Frederick, I'm from Nigeria. I'm from Nigeria, Frederick. From Nigeria.
Alright, moving on to another major story. The MDLEA has shut down a hidden industrial scale meth lab inside a forest in Oyo State, saying it was run by a Nigerian and Mexican drug cartel. Now, a 56-year-old Mexican drug expert and 4 Nigerians were arrested. MDLEA said the Mexican Now, this report is coming on the heels of another meth lab that was found in Oyo State.
Yes, Frederick. I am married. Are you searching for a wife?
First of all, well done to the MDLEA for this.
Yes, I'm married. I'm married. I'm married. I'm married. Frederick, I'm married.
Recent weeks, I feel like these international criminal groups are becoming a little bit too comfortable to be able to now set up these industry-sized type of, organizations. Give us your thoughts on this story.
Yolanda, 2 massive crystal meth lab busts in Nigeria was certainly
Life is good, says.
for Nigerian news in 2026. But here we are unraveling.
Life is good. I'm going to
what is
remove your.
happening. It should be the role that illicit drug trading, drug trafficking plays in supporting activities such as terrorism.
Amen, Frederick. God bless you too.
Connection that they had drawn between some of these
Amen, and thank you.
and West African terrorist syndicates, and how the money is moving across the sea, and of course products as well. And there's links that
A man has 12 seeds for $20.
look at it as a jihad
Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30.
for example, in order to be able to get these drugs that they used to trade and raise funds.
How much profit did he make?
Financing, terrorism financing.
How much profit did he make?
In greater detail a little bit later. busts are very significant in our fight against terrorism. Now, as I round up, they're also significant when we continue to look at the issue around state policing. Now, I'm so glad that Senator Ngwebonyi was able to sort of decipher, because the worries were, if federal police service is responsible for terrorism, then what happens at the state police level? And he's saying that, well, the state laws do have anti-terrorist laws enshrined in them, and so that empowers the state police. Let's see if an action that can take place. Unfortunately, we ran out of time. I really wanted to ask him about the procedure that we saw playing out in the Senate yesterday, because as much as Order 106 does allow for strangers, non-senators, to be on the floor of the assembly when there's debate and voting, the optics looked a little bit unsettling, because it almost seems like they were class prefects who were coming to ensure that the process went according to, sort of a certain outcome that was desired. Of course, this is an issue of massive public interest, so you wouldn't expect any less, but I think given the fact that the National Assembly, the Senate specifically,
Frederick is asking $50. Is that right? No, that's not right, Frederick. Hi, Linda Johnson. Good day. saw I see this guy yesterday. No checking. Gerard.
Huh?
I said I saw Gerard yesterday. No checking.
Gerald.
Oji. Ebdes. Ebdes.
Yeah.
No checking.
Oh my God. You say you know Cecilia was down and coming. Don't get that.
He not come meet me yesterday, but I know I saw him yesterday.
But she did the right thing. Don't get that.
Okay. Frederick, I see you. Okay, not you, sir. Yes. 2 weeks.
I'm not saying it before. My man said to say, work out this. I don't feel like practice. So I'm like,
I dey check the yesterday names. The ones wey be say they no enter.
One is the contract as usual. So the guy pass here and tell you, this place no fit enter. For Luca, you know that sound. I'm like that one we can collect cleaner. We go use that one we go use toilet.
Okay, now be back to back.
Back to back.
Okay.
But that toilet we go use, we drop it, we go use toilet. My man really knows. All those long booking.
Okay. Mr. Mahatma says profits overall 5. Lucy Lou. Aisha Lucy. Aisha is $5. Frederick said, please tell me the answer, pretty lady. Frederick is $10. That's the answer. $10. Hi, Janice. Janice says 5. Yep. It's $10. Listen, what's up? How are you today? Popping. What's popping? What's popping? Yeah, so it's $10. Not 5. It's 10. He has $20, right? He buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20, right? Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30. He made another $5. That's 10. I said that at Grand. He told me I was weak. Okay, I'm sorry, I didn't see the $10 initially. Frederick, you gave 3 answers. I didn't see the second. You gave 3 answers. You initially said $15, is that right? Then you later said 10 with question mark, and then you say $5. Am I right? Okay, I didn't see the $10, but I only saw the 5. No, you didn't say that first. Look at your first comment, Frederick. Your first comment was. Frederick, let me pin your first comment. Frederick, I've pinned your first comment. That was your first comment. You said $15. That was your first comment. And the other comment of 10, I didn't earlier. I only saw the other one, this other one. Right? Yeah, I didn't see that 10. I saw the 5. So it's now that you mentioned it that you said 10 earlier. I said you were wrong. I went back to the comments and then I saw that you had said 10. Okay, Lucy, he buys it back at $25. So there's a profit. So there is no profit on first sales. Okay, Lucy, that's your point of view. Lucy, according to Lucy, she said, Lucy, are you a male or female? Is Lucy a male or female? Profile picture properly. Lucy says he buys it back at 25, so there is no profit on first sale. So I know how to address you. I know how to address you, Lucy. Fred, you say give us another one. If he has to buy it back and add $5 more, he has lost that $5 profit. Really? Don't forget that the man has $20 initially. Lucy, don't forget that Frederick said Lucy won. Give us another one. That's how I see it. Okay, Lucy. Frederick say you won. Lucy, Frederick say you won. Your point is very valid, Lucy. Very valid. Your point is very valid. Okay, but see where I am seeing it from. He has $20, right? He buys it for $15, so he has $5, right? And then he sells it for $20. He also have another $5, which is now $10. And then he buys it back for $25. Of course, he lost $5 there, and sells it again for $30. He made another $5. He made another $5, so that's the $10. So I'm looking at it from how much money he had when he started the business. How much he had from when he started the business of buying and selling. He had 20. He started the business when he had $20. He buys it for $15. For instance, you went to the market with $20. Oh, I want to buy this thing, I'm going to buy it for $20. Or maybe it's actually sold for $20, and then you negotiated, you bargained, and it was sold for you for $15. You have made a profit of $5, right? And then you sold that chicken. He sold that chicken for $20. He has initially made $5 from buying it for $15, right? And then he sells it for $20. He made another $5 or $25. He lost $5. He still has $5, right? And sells it again for $30. He made another $5. That's the $10 profit he made. And let's say it doesn't matter what he had, it's what he spent and what profit at the end of the day. Let's see, he started with 20. This thing is sold for $20. That's the sales price is $20. The sales price for the chicken is $20, but he bargained, right? You know, some people know how to bargain. He bargained, and it was sold for him for 15 instead of 20. That's him making $5 at a particular. But you're able to use your bargaining power to get it for a lesser price. That's profit for you. That's you using your bargaining power, your ability to bargain and to get it for a cheaper price. That's profit. So from that $20 he had and buying it for $15, he made $5 initially. He made $5 initially, and then he sells it for $20. He made another $5. That's now $10. And then he buys it back for $20. Of course, he lost $5. And then he sells it again for $30. He made back another $5. That's $10. Okay, give us another one. Let's say, okay, I will take Fred's answer. At 45 pixels says 85. Wait, 45 pixels. Where you for say $85? How did you get it? 45 pixel. How did you get $85? Did you add, let's say, 2, 4, 6? How did you get $85? At Dennis _color says $30. Okay, Dennis, how did you get $30? I would like to know. Frederick says, I'm trying to tie up the score with Lucy. Can we please have another one? Tie up the score. Let's get it. Let's Lucy say, okay, Okay, I'm thinking and processing. Lucy is still processing the answer. Lucy is processing my point of view. Lucy is still processing my point of view. Like at says 20. Lucy laughing. First stone, higher says, oh, Fred says, Lucy, I'm with you. Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? I hope you can hear me now. Okay. Okay, the sound is playing now. Okay, Ahmad says $15. Ahmad, how do you have $15? So you see, everybody have different opinion, different view of how much profit this man made. Hi, JC Moore says 30. Okay. Ready says, see, you don't started something and you done started something and you procrastinating. A man has $20. He buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20. Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profit did he make? Frederick said, let me find out. You don't have any more to. Let me try to tie the score. Okay, should we move on to another riddle question? So the answer is $10, like I explained. $10. Lucy, are you done processing the answer? Are you done processing my point of view? Lucy, are you done processing? Freddy got me thinking. I'm thinking. You're talking to AI, Frederick. Frederick, you're talking to AI. Okay, Lucy says, I get your way of calculating, Doris, but I still respectfully disagree. Okay. Started at 20, finished at 30. So that's 10 profits. But he added another $5 of his money. So profit is really only 5. Lucy, Lucy, you just said it all, right? You even said it from another angle. He started at 20 and ends at 30. That's even the simplest way of explaining it. That's the simplest way of explaining it. So if he started at 20, he didn't bring money from anywhere. There's no more money coming from anywhere. He did not start at 20 and then get another 5 to add to his capital. That's my point of, although everybody have their own point of view, right? And like I said, your point is very valid as well. Your point is very valid, very valid. This other view, right, where you said he started at 20 and finished at 30. Okay. Your point is very valid. Fred says, Lucy won. Next question. Lucy's laughing. Okay, at Ravo La Supriya. I hope I got that right. You say $10 is the profit, ma'am. Okay, thank you so much. Thank you everyone for your POV, your point of view. Okay, Jonathan said $10 profit is the only answer. Okay. Lucy's point of view is that he added 5 of his money when he bought it back again. So you aren't counting that $5 he spent. Lucy, from my point of view, or from the way I saw it, right? He started with 20, right? And this thing is supposed to be sold at 20. It's actually sold at $20, but he bargained and he got it back. See, he actually made $15 profit. He actually made $15 profit, but because of that, buying it again at extra money, right? He made a loss. He made a loss. Oh, Lucy, you're from Australia. Oh, I don't even know. Fred is from the state Alabama. Okay, so let's take another question, shall we? Jonathan said there is no loss. Let's disagree to agree. Okay, let's take another one. Let's do a simple one. Let's do a simple one that is not contradictory. simple. Okay, so this one is very simple. Let's do this simple one to calm ourselves down. Let's calm our nerves. Let's take this simple one. Frederick said no simple. Oh, Frederick, you don't want simple. You don't want simple riddle. Let's take the simple one. Simple one, right? A man has 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. How? A man had 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. How? Simple riddles, because if you win, you get it right. Not because it's simple. Okay, Frederick, if you get it right, nobody's going to say because it's simple, right? Nobody's going to say that, okay? Okay, Frederick said it cut them in half. Okay. Freddy said a man had 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. How? No, it's not simple. I take back my word. I take back my word. It's not simple. Let's take another hard riddle. This one is hard though. It's hard. It's not as simple as it seems. It might seem simple, but it's not. Gloom says, good to see one of these riddle channels that's actually run by a human. All riddle channels are run by humans, right? Just that most people don't show their face throughout the riddle. They don't show their face throughout the live stream, but it's actually run by humans. Gloomstrom Gaming, thank you for that. I think I'll take it as a compliment. I'll take it as a compliment. Thank you anyways. I appreciate it. Lucy said, did he start with 30 mangoes? Okay. He gave them to himself. He gave them to himself. And Banga 44 says, he never gave half away. He kept all 15 mangoes. We used to say agree glow. Some others are too, but they don't engage people as much. Yes, that's it. Lucy is right. They are all run by human. There's no way. Hold on, please, 1 minute. Okay, sorry for that. Fred said he gave them to himself. Okay, Gloom says he lived in the USSR and his mangoes were state property shared by everyone. Giving to yourself doesn't count as giving away, right? Lucy said, I'm guessing maybe he started with 30. So you can love yourself, but you can't give yourself something. Okay, a man had 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. How? At Scotch fella says 30 half mangoes. A man had 15 mangoes. Trying to say this game is rigged. How is it rigged? Frederick, how is it rigged? How is it rigged, Frederick? How? Tell me how. Tell me how. How is it rigged? Oh, excuse me. Lucy hasn't gotten the answer right. Nobody has gotten it right. Nobody has gotten it right. Nobody has gotten it right. So nobody's winning. No one is winning. At J Mango says he gave half away of each mango. He gave half away. That means he cut them in half. He cut them in half. Oh, she said I won. No, she didn't say so. Why did she say so? Let me go back to the comments. At Gandavor says he gave himself half of those. At Glutinous Goddess says you can't give half and keep the same number. Can't cut in half. That's not 15 anymore. When you say he counterfeited the mangoes. Oh my days. A man had 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. Gandavor says that man can't clearly count. He can't clearly count, right? He probably had more than 15 mangoes and counted wrongly. You think so? Maybe the mangoes were more than 15 and he did not count them properly. Maybe they were more than 15. Or it was a miracle. As he's giving away, the mangoes keep multiplying. The more he gives, the mango keeps. The mangoes keep multiplying. Hello, Ares. You said read the second sentence first, then read the first sentence. A man had 15 mangoes, gave half away, and still had 15 mangoes. Talking about mangoes, now I feel like eating mangoes. Now I'm craving mangoes. See what this riddle has done to me. See what it has done to me. It has made me to start craving mangoes. Oh my days, after I eat, I've not eaten. I've not had breakfast. I've not had breakfast. Listen, say yeah, nice mangoes. I'm craving mangoes right now. I'm craving it. I'm craving mangoes. Delicious mangoes. Ripe mangoes. I think I'm going to have hot chocolate and bread. One minute, I'll be right back.
anywhere tó bá ti fẹ́ lọ sẹ́lẹ̀ lọ sẹ́lẹ̀ lọ sí bank náà kò lọ ṣe lọ sí bank náà kò lọ sẹ́lẹ̀ owó náà ní ìsìn.
Yes. Okay.
Yes. Thank you. Yeah.
I'm just going through the chats. Okay, Lucy said, funny thing is I saw a very similar riddle and I forgot what the answer was. Okay. Frederick, you have one riddle for us. Hi, Stephanie says, give away half of each mango. Still has 15. Frederick said, no, I got one for this. Okay. Hi, Garrett. Let me read Garrett's comment. That's okay. Okay, some people think that the man had 30 to start with. I think, Lucy, you made that comment, right? I think Lucy had earlier said maybe he started with 30. Somebody else also saying, Sinano says, he had 30 to start with. No, this man didn't have 30 to start with. He started with 50. He didn't have 30 to start with. I don't want to tell you the answer yet. He didn't have 30 to start with. A man had 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. How? I'm going to have hot chocolate. Okay, nobody has gotten it right, so nobody has gotten it right. I missed Yizo's answer. Okay, let me go back to the chat. Yizo. Okay, Yizo says, Yizo 4 says, the answer is in the riddle, give half away. No, that's not the answer. Give half away. No, that's not the answer. Giving half away, that's giving all the mangoes away. Half of 15 is still 15. Right? Because you can't share 15 in 2. It's past 10. He had and not he has, so he will always had. At all. No, he's saying that half is a person. Oh, okay. Okay, he's saying that half is a person. He gave a person away. Oh, okay. Okay, it's past tense. Okay, sorry, I thought you said 10. Fire Fred says it cut them all in half. No, it didn't. No, it's not right. So well, and partially I'll tell you why I say partially. Yeah, giving a person away is weird, but it's a wordplay thing. Yeah, you can't give what you don't have. Okay, let's wait another 1 minute. 1 minute, I'll tell you the answer. 1 minute, I'll tell you the answer in 1 minute. Let's see if somebody else will get it in 1 minute. One minute, I will tell the answer. Come and join me. Come and join me. Very hot. Fred has given us a riddle. Fred says Tom has $100. He lets his best friend borrow $96. Lucy, this is for you. This riddle is to you. How much money does Tom have? Lucy, that riddle is for you. Okay, before Lucy answers Fred's riddle, let's answer the riddle, right? The one of the mango and the man. A man had 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. How? The man gave mangoes that weren't his. He gave away mangoes. He gave away someone else's mango. All right, that's the answer to the riddle. He gave away someone else's mango. He gave away someone else's mango. So he still had his own 15 mangoes. He gave away someone else's mango. That's the answer to the riddle. He gave away someone else's mango. He gave away someone else's mango. So the mangoes were not cut into half. They were not cut in half. They were still whole. But the ones he gave away were not his. They were someone else's mango. Mendy Teddy. No, half is not the name of his dog, okay? He gave away someone else's mango. Someone else's 15 mangoes. He gave that away. Someone else's mango. So let's say there were 30 mangoes in a basket. There were 30 mangoes in the basket, and 15 mangoes were for this man. Another 15 mango was for someone else. This man gave away 15 mangoes from the basket that weren't his, and he still had his own 15 mangoes after giving away 15 mangoes from the basket that weren't his. Let me enjoy my bread and tea. Good morning, sir.
This is not a good picture.
You'll be right back. Okay. I'm here, guys. I'm just having my breakfast. Thank you so much, Fred. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Thank you for making my morning interesting. Thank you for your time. As well as Lucy, thank you so much. Thank you guys. Thank you so much. Thank you, Fred and Lucy. Have a wonderful day. A man had 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. How? PROF_23 says, primarily because he originally had 15 mangoes plus one half. In animation says it cuts off 15 mangoes in half. Jolisa says it cuts off 15 mangoes in half. It cuts each mango in half and gives one half away. A man had 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. How is that possible? Says, oh, because it still had and used to have but no longer has mangoes. Next says he had more than 15 mangoes to begin with. Jeb Finley says, but doesn't still have 15 mangoes. He had 15 mangoes. John Clark says, how many ways he could do that is to give them to himself. So the man did not give the mangoes to himself, right? He actually gave away the 15 mangoes, but he gave away someone else's mango. He gave away someone else's 15 mangoes and still had his own 15 mangoes. He gave away someone else's 15 mangoes and had his own mangoes. I don't look that way. TV says it cuts them all in half. He gave away someone else's mangoes. All right, let's move on to another riddle question. Let's move on to a boy is 10 years old. His sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will his sister be? A boy is 10 years old. His sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will his sister be? We have another question. A boy is 10 years old when his sister is half his age. Oh, I beg your pardon. I'll read that again. A boy is 10 years old. His sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will his sister be? Don't look away till we say he doesn't have a sister. He sure have a sister. I have a sister. Hi Palma 4, you say sister is 5 years younger. When he's 30, sister will be 25. Thank you for your comments. A boy is 10 years old. His sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will his sister be? A boy is 10 years old. His sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will his sister be? How old will his sister be? Good morning, sir. Fine, sir.
Somebody's at the gate, okay?
Okay, love. What you said, you never said it.
Let her talk with God. Let her talk with us. Hello?
Ezra Coaching says 25. A boy is 10 years old, his sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will this sister be? How old will this sister be? Palmer and Extra Coaching said 25, and that's correct. So the difference between the age difference between the brother and his sister is 5 years old, right? The boy, when he was 10 years, his sister was half his age. That means the sister is 5 years younger than the boy. So even when the boy will be 30 years old, the sister will still be 5 years younger. So that's 30 minus 5 will give us 25. So let's take okay, let's go back to this Riddle question. Let's go back to this Riddle question. Let's go back to this Riddle question. A man has $20. He buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20. Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profit did he make? Cosmic says $5 profit he gained. Hello, Cosmic. What's up? One out says 5 as well. Cosmics, I'm not a bro. Okay, you say if we see from stats he made $10 question after buying it back for $25, puts him in $5 loss, but later sells it for $30, which makes him gain $5. Am I correct or wrong? My camera is lagging. Oh, that should be network. That should be network problem, I guess. Should be network problem. Okay, going back to your question, if you are right or wrong on the $5 profit, you're wrong. He gained $10, not $5. He gained $10, not $5. He gained. All right, thanks, Cosmic.
No, I want to go like the man.
A man has $20. He buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20. Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profit did he make? At this grown child says he started with 20 and ended up with 30, so 10 profits then. Thanks for your analysis. I appreciate it. A man has $20. He buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20. Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profit did he make? Me and twins says, me and twin vibes say, say hello if I am right. 20 minus 15 equal 5, and then 20 making it 25, then 0. Me and Twin vibing. I don't understand your maths calculation. You have a point, but I think I'm the one that is not understanding it. Hi, Glow Me at Glow Me says $10. At Glow Me. Network don't start again. A man has $20. He buys a chicken for $15 and sells it for $20. Then he buys it back for $25 and sells it again for $30. How much profit did he make? Glow Me says $10 profit. This Grunted says it started with 20 and ended up with 30, so 10 profit then. That's absolutely right. He made $10 profit. Made $10 profit. And that's correct. A boy is 10 years old. His sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will his sister be? A boy is 10 years old. His sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will his sister be? Excuse me.
About the rules proposed for both the federal police and also the state police, and you were even saying, local council.
A boy is 10 years old. His sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will his sister be? How old will his sister be? Where it says 30 divided by 2, that's 15. I pray it. Only glue. Oh, I hope I get your name correctly. But you say 25, okay.
Now, having said that, now the fear of everyone, including those who, were hit by this news yesterday, is the issue of abuse by the state governors. We have seen what has happened.
A boy is 10 years old. His sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will his sister be? Is it 25?
Ensuring that some of those monopoly that the governors said used to cause abuse is actually removed one way or the other, especially in the appointment of the state police commission and the initial recruitment and all that. But if it still remains in the hands of the governor to appoint the commissioner of police, I don't know how it's going to work. In terms of reducing the abusive system that may likely occur with regards of appointment, because who pays the piper, he takes it too. So my own suggestion would have been, and I did, suggest that it is the State Police Service Commission that should actually be the one to appoint whoever is going to be the State Commission of Policy. So, but now they have left it in the hands of the governor. Then, of course, the State House of Assembly has to ratify that appointment. So, but for me, the issue of abuse is something that is still real. But with the provision and cadre that have been made available in the new bill, which goes to the entire states, 24 states, and then the president signs, it's something that we believe in implementation. We now begin to see whether there are going to be flaws. If there are flaws, then we begin to correct them. There is no perfect law, and as I want to say, there is no perfect law anywhere in the world, including in the developed economy. But the most important thing is implementation. How effective are we going to be very, show some level of fidelity to the provisions of the law and implement it according to the intention of those who have actually enacted the law? That again is very critical. And then I said something that is very more fundamental issue of local government. Without a functional legal government, and I'm saying it here to the national, to the entire nation, without a functional local government, no matter the level of architecture of security already in the country, you will not be able to get that expected and effective security of lives and property. We need to have a functional local government in addition to state policy arrangement that we have put in place. That is what I want to say as my opening remarks. Thank you.
Questions very quickly. I was going to ask around, and I'm glad you touched on it, Joseph, the role or what role should the local government play? Like you mentioned, I read your article around the fact that they are indeed the closest government to the people. So what role should ideally the local governments play? Now, the second question would be around the debate, one of the most debated aspects of the proposal, which pertains to the circumstances under the federal government could intervene in the operations of state police service. They said that under exceptional situations, including breakdown of public orders, would you see that as, how can that be properly managed so that it's not taken advantage of and then it pushes back again the spirit of state police?
Thank you. With regards to the local government, security is local. If a local government I ensure that the security personnel take care of those entry and exit points. And then cooperate with the state itself, because collaboration is very important for it to succeed.
Hi,
If I'm in charge of my
Forge 625. Hello, Annie. Thank you for joining. The boy is 10 years old. His sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will his sister be? How old will the sister be? How old will the sister be?
Why? Because the local government is not functional. They just give them whatever they want to give to them, and they are not in charge of securing the environment. So I'm saying, if I'm in charge, and then I know the exit points, I know all the entry points. You can't enter my local government without my knowledge, without telling me why you're entering into my local government, especially for those who are into crime. So that has to be the starting point, and then you do this in collaboration with the state. So that is the most effective way, because the issue of security is local. People know all those local and the bad boys in the entire environment. So you recruit those men that also take care of them and others. So my take is that you must give them the money. The federal government gives every 3 months to the local government to them. The governments are accepting that money and using it for some other reason that have actually rendered the local government very ineffective. So I believe that that is the first practical step we need to take. And I've been saying it over the years, nobody wants to pay attention. I'm very happy that the state police, we've spoken, and over 20 years ago, I'm from the reality. The issue of functional local government, one day in this country, will get at the time. I remember last 2 or 3 years when this community expressed some level of interest in order to ensure that the money gets to them, but after some time, the governors came and the whole thing died. Natural death, and we're still back to where we cannot have effective administration of security in this country without a functional local government. So
The federal police intervenes in states, saying that when there are circumstances of exceptional situation.
The boy is 10 years old. His sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will the sister be? How old will the sister be?
pays for bandit to go to Hajj. So there's a level of political complicity. Will the state police remove the complicity or embolden the complicity? For me, that's what I think it will do. Because the same local political architecture will now say that we have the power to be able to. It's the way we are going there. The state police will be dominated by bandits, so it's ex-bandits that will be operating state police. Those are my fears.
Good morning, welcome. Billy Mitchell says 25. A boy is 10 years old. His sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will the sister be? Billy said 25. Seems like this one is very easy. This is a very easy riddle question, right? Seems like it's very easy, right? You say you go on the other side. You say you did the other side. Good morning.
Baba.
Did I use to?
Very simple.
Yes. It's Yomi. It's Yomi says. So she was 5 then. Her brother is 5 years older.
Okay.
White Eye says 25.
Wow. Alright.
Hello? Hello?
For 2 weeks now. They arrived in this thing. They arrived the flight. Stay on the phone. Let's just go board now the quick. Push it on.
Hi, Badger Wilson, you say 15. A boy is 10 years old, his sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will his sister be? Badger Wilson, you say 15.
This is not just a tournament. A world that's been watching a war is watching. This world can. Football becomes politics. And beyond the fight for glory on the football pitch, there are battles over visas, religion, security, identity, protest, and more. Nigeria will not have a war. Two seats, all the drama, all of the analysis, all the arguments, and all the passions of the Lord's game.
Good morning. I want to go there again. The job is not finished. Oh, we just want to scope. Oh, no. We solved the problem yesterday. We want to call.
AJ, what's up? Is it 60? 15, okay, you mean 15. Angela said 25. Hi, Angela. What's up? Well, you say, wait, no, yeah, 25. Okay. Milton, hi, Milton. The boy is 10 years old. His sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will his sister be? I, Christine Power, you say 25. Christine Power. Holy shit. Doris, my namesake, at Doris, Syria. Namesake, what's up? You said 25. Namesake.
culture is not just influencing music, it is now setting the standard in high fashion. Let's dive right in. I am Etito, and this is what's trending. Now, before we dive deeper, let's see what you're talking about right now. We've been tracking conversations on X, Facebook, our YouTube live feed, and of course, great news on Lekki. And three stories are dropping your timelines this morning. Trending at number one, a viral video showing police officers waving and saluting a large couple of armed men who look like bandits on motorcycles, riding screaming through a checkpoint. As Nigerians outraged online, but the Nigerian police says the men
Yeah, this is your chair.
Now the chair they feel easy. You're already go back. You understand?
Okay.
Because this one before, this one if you stop the history. But today, you know, when you say you show the right way around, I use belts.
Okay.
Social media is at fault. And trending at number three, a Nigerian police officer caught on camera drinking Hennessy straight from the bottle.
The boy is 10 years old, his sister is half his age. When the boy is 13, how old will his sister be? How old will she be?
Now here is where you come in. Join the conversation. Use the hashtag what's trending. Comment on our live feed and of course, tell me which of these stories matters most to you. Because for the next hour, we're going to take everything that Nigeria drama outside the federal dozens of awareness supporters hit the streets in protest, demanding his immediate release after the court rejected on his bid to vacate the arrest warrant until June 32. Let's watch.
Hi, JB Rockstar. JB Rockstar, you said 25. The boy is 10 years old. His sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will his sister be?
Yes,
Anything says, yeah, 25. 25. 25. The boy is 10 years old. His sister is half his age. When the boy is 30, how old will his sister be? 25. Yeah, the answer is correct. It's 25. Everybody is saying the same thing. Only a few persons said 15. The answer is 25, and that's correct. The age difference between the brother and the sister when he was 10 years is 5, and that is constant. Yeah. So even when the boy is 30, it's still 30 minus 5, which is 25 years old. And so 25 years old is the correct answer. Okay. A man had 15 mangoes. He gave half away. And still have 15 mangoes. How?
If you don't mind, the money not my right. Lọ́wọ́ àbẹ̀rẹ̀ máa fi lẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ ṣe tó bá gbọ̀n wọ́n ti wọ́n àbẹ̀rẹ̀ máa ṣe máa fi lẹ̀. Ok, kí ni nǹkan tó fẹ́ kí n ṣe é sí? Kí ni nǹkan tó fẹ́ kí n ṣe é sí? Kí ni next thing rẹ̀ ní? You print me. Kí ló fẹ́ print?
A man had 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. How is that possible? How is it possible? How is it possible? How is it possible? Hi, Days. Dizzy Peanut says 14. And then you say half technical 15. Okay. A man had 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. How? Tell me how. Please like and subscribe. Like and subscribe. Double tap on the screen to give the live stream a thumbs up. Subscribe to my channel for more. I have so much more coming your way. So please subscribe. 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 Subscribe.
You don't remember back to work. Yeah, I remember back to work. Staying up on that's fine.
I did fine.
Once you really call your number, and I remember.
Dijan says we buy more. Who sold to him? You? Did you? Did you sell more to him? At him, 15, 18 says they were cut in half. Whew. Oh. 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. How? How? Tell me how. Okay, Hen says he gave away half of a different set of mangoes, not his own. That makes sense. That makes sense. He gave away half of a different set of mangoes, not his own. That makes sense. And I think that's what the answer is. That's the answer to the riddle. He gave away someone else's mango. He gave away someone else's 15 mangoes, not his. Thank you, N, for that smart. At N1518. Oh, Jesus. Okay.
cars, vehicles, and operation gear to the bandits, with his clerical status reportedly helping him pass through checkpoints undetected. Security agencies are informing the person's full name and charge pending further operations to avoid compromising ongoing rescue efforts. I mean, this arrest, it's confirmed, goes to the heart of a question Nigerians have been asking since the abduction began. How are these bandits, terrorists, being supplied and supported? Now, a local pastor may be part of the answer, but we must be clear. This alleged criminality is not representative of any religion, but is a sobering
Steven Mark says he felt fractions in maths. He felt fraction in maths. A man had 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. How?
In the video, which surfaced on Wednesday, a group of armed men, some holding sophisticated weapons, were seen on motorcycles riding in a group as officers waved on at them, causing an uproar on social media. Let's take a look.
A man had 15 mangoes. How is it possible? Priest of one says he gave half of one mango. A man had 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15. Half mango. A man had 15 mangoes. He gave mangoes. How is that possible? Great is thy faithfulness. Great is thy faithfulness. Morning by morning, All I have needed, the Lord has provided. At space 2050 says he had 15 mangoes. Past tense. Hello, Juicy. Ajizi 1880 says he gave half of something else away. Hi Bob. Bob says started with 30. At Space 2050 says he still has had 15 mangoes. It is possible he had more in the past. Also possible he has had fewer as well. What he has now was not the question. Thank you, Space, for your comments. A man had 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. How is that possible? Melodias says he cut them in half. Chris says someone didn't like mangoes and gave them back. Okay, someone didn't like mangoes, so he gave them back. Lisette Old says because he had them, he gave them all away, but he still had them. Ano? D'accord. Esse ma bring out la.
You don't see her, man.
It's here.
Destiny will take out the lunch. Drop off with their food. They're here.
Aaron, you said 6'7". Aaron, where did you see 6'7"? Aaron, don't say 6'7". Don't say 6'7", Aaron. Don't say 6'7". Don't say 6'7", Aaron. A man had 15 mangoes. He gave half away and still had 15 mangoes. How? Okay, the answer to this particular riddle is the man gave away someone else's mango. He gave away someone else's mango. That's the answer. He gave away someone else's mango. Riddle question.
Look at this. We're seeing this. We also saw streets, empty streets, the bus stops everywhere empty. And this is the repercussion.
Okay. If Anna's grandmother is my mother's mother, what am I to Anne? If Anna's grandmother is my mother's mother, what am I to Anne? A. Sister. D. Mother. E. Grandmother. If Anna's grandmother is my mother's mother, what am I to Anna? A. Sister. B. Aunt. C. Cousin. D. Mother. E. Grandmother. If Anna's grandmother is my mother's mother, what am I to Anna? A. Sister. B. Aunt. C. Cousin. D. Mother. E. Grandmother. Okay, Maria says, so he has his own 15 mangoes, but gave away someone else's. Yes. Okay, yes, Maria, that's the answer. He has his own and gave away someone else's. So he had altogether 30 mangoes, but 15 were his own and the other 15 were not his. He gave away 15 mangoes that were not his. He gave away someone else's mango and had his own 15. Yes, Maria, you are correct.
Chairman, Abike Dabiri Erewa, for her reactions to this story.
Yes, we had 30, 15 were his and 15 came every year. Sister? If Anna's grandmother is my mother's mother, what am I to Anna? A sister, B aunt, C cousin, D mother, E grandmother. Mr. D, you say A or C? You say sister or cousin? Angela, hi. Angela say D, mother. Hi Angela, thanks for coming back. Angela said the answer is D, mother. If Anna's grandmother is my mother's mother, what am I to Anna? Maria say I'm changing my answer. I think now it's C, cousin. Anna's grandmother is my mother's mother. Then we are cousins because we have the same grandmother. Anna's grandmother, my mom's mother. Angela said, mother. Excuse me. This one. If Anna's grandmother is my mother's mother, who am I to Anna? A sister, B aunt, C cousin, D mother, E grandmother.
Country's main international airport. Scrambling for cover. Wilma Aswaya filmed Venezuela's earthquakes as they happened. Look at the ceiling, he says. Everything was destroyed. Everything was ruined. Two powerful earthquakes struck Venezuela west of the capital city, Caracas. The first was a magnitude 7.2 earthquake at a depth of 22 kilometers. The second earthquake, the main shock, was stronger and shallower. It came just 39 seconds later, registering a magnitude of 7.5 at a depth of 10 kilometers. Buildings have been leveled, and others still standing, bare scars. Many Venezuelans were at home when the shocks hit. It was a public holiday.
Hi, Vina. Vina says mother. Vina says mother. Vina says mother.
The country's interim president, Delcy Rodriguez, who became Venezuela's leader after Nicolas Maduro was abducted by the US military in January, quickly confirmed fatalities and declared a state of emergency.
At this moment of great sensitivity for our population, those who unfortunately have suffered the loss of a family member, we extend our immediate condolences. Homes that have suffered serious structural damage must be evacuated.
Hundreds of emergency responders are working to find and rescue victims. And out of the rubble, hope. US officials have Al Jazeera.
And journalist Doris Sutton here is this update from Caracas, a short while ago.
We felt this huge movement, this huge shock after this earthquake, or the this earthquake.
Hi, Carol.
And then
Carol says sister.
shattered glasses.
What is the answer? What is the answer?
People were going to the street, trying to get out of the apartment, trying
Oh.
to get out of their houses.
What is the answer?
Not prepared for what happened today. It's a very critical situation. We are all in a shock. People are still trying to process and to understand what has happened. That's nothing that you can read refer to for this. Venezuelans are not used to having this kind of natural disasters. The last earthquake that we saw was in 1967, more than 50 years ago. Most of us weren't even alive when it happened. And even though
What is the answer?
We are some of the existing faults. It's not something that we were ready for because in a long
What
time,
is the answer?
something like this, a natural disaster of this magnitude.
If Anna's mother is my mother's mother, what am I to Anna? What am I to Anna? A sister, the aunt, the cousin, the mother, the grandmother. What am I to Anna?
It's a privately operated Australian earthquake. It's strange that these types of travels are relatively
What am I to Anna?
It is unusual, but it's not common for there to be what we call these doublet events where you have one earthquake and then very shortly after, within seconds, there's a second event. But it is a potential dynamic of the strength of fault. You have one earthquake occur and it releases a bunch of energy that is affecting that whole fault system. And so if there's another part of that fault that was also close to letting go, it can trigger that. So that's what we're seeing here. It's a magnitude 7.2 roughly, followed by twice as large at 7.5 because it's a logarithmic scale. It is a very large event that's being triggered from that. So that means that the shaking duration is just going to be that much longer.
Well, we mentioned before about the prevalence of aftershocks when we report on things like this. Given the fact that we've had two such significant events so close together, does that have an impact on the size, the timing of the aftershocks that may come?
Not necessarily. The aftershock sequence is different. You can expect aftershocks to occur from a large event like this, and certainly in the very short term, and there seems to be a great awareness of the potential for large events, particularly during the recovery process. So it is a very dangerous time for those undertaking the recovery, but they will die off slowly. There's always a potential for an equivalent or larger event, but that likelihood also drops off very quickly in a few days after the event.
This is after 4 people were killed in 48 hours by Israeli forces. The Israeli army is continuing to target people looking for areas that it's occupying. Senator Hall is joining us now live from Etito. We're going to start with his latest strikes in southern Lebanon. What more can you tell us about what's been happening here?
Well, there's been yet another Israeli strike in the town of Sartibnit, which is not very far from where we are. What we've been seeing really over the past few days is that the Israeli army targets anyone or anything that moves in villages, frontline villages, which means these are the villages that lie along Israel's so-called security zone. In what in reality is Israel's occupation zone. Retaliate because it's really a difficult decision for Hezbollah. Tens of thousands of people have returned to the south of the country. If it retaliates, then it could unleash, a wave of Israeli strikes that could cause even more death and destruction in this country.
Is on the front line in southern Lebanon. The wide-scale destruction, a testament to the
Onik, thanks for joining. Onik 24 says, Doris, Doris is fine. Okay, thanks for joining.
The territory behind these hills is under Israeli occupation. Israel and Lebanon's government are
Okay, Maria. Okay, I also think that you think the answer is cousin, right?
territory they invaded to a unit of the Lebanese army that would be vetted and trained by the U.S. Army. But Israel's troops would not fully withdraw. Israel wants to coordinate with Lebanon to dismantle Hezbollah.
So you see the answer is cousin.
Says it welcomes the Lebanese army's deployment, but says it is not a
If Anna's mother is my mother's mother, what am I to Anna? What am I to Anna? What am I to Anna? A sister, B aunt, C cousin, D mother, E grandmother.
Morning.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning, madam. Sister,
Jardino. Okay, so what is the answer now? Should I tell you the answer? A lot of you might not agree with me if I tell you the answer. Should I tell you the answer? Okay, if Anna's grandmother is my mother's mother, what am I to Anna? A sister, B aunt, C cousin, D mother, E grandmother. I am aunt to Anna. The answer to the riddle is B. Anna's mother is my sister. Anna's mother is my sister. So the answer is B. Not A, not C, not D, not E. The answer is B. Thank you, Maria. Thank you. The answer is B. The answer is B. Anna's mother is my sister, so I'm Anna's aunt. Yes, I've said the answer. Yep. B B is the answer. B. Ants. The answer is B. Anna's mother is my sibling. Anna's mother is my sibling, is my sister. One minute. Oh, Jesus.
So the fact that the United States has said that not charging for that use of that international waterway is going to be core to any sort of agreement in the future. That will be something that they will be seeing as a positive development, because free flow of oil and navigation of the Strait of Hormuz is essential to the GCC economies, to GCC regional stability. There is no doubt about that. But they will also be looking for security guarantees. There is concern among GCC leadership that there aren't enough stops on or enough checks on Iran's ballistic missiles program. Will that be part of any wording going forward? There is concern that perhaps the billions of dollars that have been pledged in terms of rebuilding Iran, will they be expected to foot the bill, having suffered so much destruction at the hands of Iran during the war? These are open questions. So in terms of how the relationship is balanced going forward, it is going to be delicate. There is a great deal of a trust gap between the GCC and Iran at the moment. U.S. pressure in terms of these negotiations will be something that GCC countries will be looking to see as a leverage that they can use to maintain a political balance with Iran. But the reality is, what GCC countries have learned is that the security architecture in the region cannot ignore Iran.
Use Dangote seasoning for tasty meals. Great moments. Right tool for each task. AI certificate program. 28 days, 15 minutes a day. Started before I got here. Figured 7 years of context with the right tools. Nobody can touch that combination.
Whitmore portfolio. You're leading it. Full discretion.
Karen,
That model, we've been trying to build something like that for weeks.
how did you do it in 4 hours?
Coursive. AI certificate program. 28 days, 15 minutes a day. Not one tool, the whole stack. I rebuilt everything. Analysis templates, workflow, presentation layer.
We use AI too.
You use one tool like a search engine. I use the whole stack like a team.
Send us the link, please.
Sure.
He's an assistant professor of international affairs at Qatar University. Thank you very much for being with us once again. Let's talk about this meeting. Marco Rubio, U.S. Secretary of State, is holding this meeting with members of the GCC, the Gulf Cooperation Council. We were hearing from Zain Basrabi, our correspondent, that the underlying message is that we are here. The U.S. is trying to give reassurance.
Okay, thank you so much for joining the live stream. This is where we will end today's live stream. Hopefully we'll come back again and we'll continue. Thank you for joining. Thank you so much, Maria. Thank you, Super. Thank you. Carol, Lucy Lou, Frederick, Angela, so many others. I may not be able to mention your name. Alright, I'll see you all in the next one. Goodbye and God bless you. Bye. See you all in the next one. Goodbye.
Free, and also when it comes to no nuclear weapons to Iran. This
as well as statements that the Gulf nations actually need some tangible things short term from the US to